Morning, guys. How you doing? The same range that I left you guys at yesterday. This 23010 still offer on NQ. ES holding yesterday's 30-second opening range as resistance, just rotating back down to same thing again and again and again. See if anything changes, but seems pretty trapped in the same area. If we continue to hold below 80 to 90, I think we go down to 50 to 60. That's what I'm watching right now. Got a lot of people who are offside in these highs from our supply from yesterday. Just watching to see if they are able to build here, right? Because we have this low, which we can play around potentially for a rotation up. But I'm a bit worried that these guys are going to be offsides and that we are just coming into POC here. And then we are going to reject and then rotate down like this. So I'm just keeping an eye on this because I think that sell side has advantage here, especially if we show any interest below the 75. I think we just sweep and then immediately can rotate through. So again, just really keeping an eye on this. Slight headache. It's alright. Okay. Holding our 85, pushing below 75. So let's see if they can sweep this below 75 for the rotation down. Again, the whole idea is just looking at our value low to POC here, and we're looking to see if we can continue to hold that with these buyers who are offsides above. We want to see 75 start to show interest so that we can rotate down. All right, I'm out one here. This is our 30-second opening range high here into 55. Out one more. And that's our push into PT here. Okay. Let's see what we can do. You can see how we sweep below 75s and we actually get some speed there. And this is just a move down to our POC shift into this 50 to 60. There's potentially one more leg down into 30s if we can show interest below 50. But there's definitely a buyer here. We can see that they ate up last time. So we have to just be kind of respectful of this until we show interest below.
Voice new.
This can come back up to 75 for a reoffer. It's the same as before. Just watching for a potential reoffer from this POC to value high. Most bearish would be us holding this value low here at 60s and then continuing down, right? Seeing if we can find a seller like this for one more leg down through our 30-second opening range down into this. But I think reaction here makes sense. Again, this is just our 30-second opening range here at 55 that we're bouncing. So I'm going to give this a second to play. We've pushed down to PT.
Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov arrives in North Korea. Quantity into facts.
There's a really wide opening range today on NQ. From 55 down to 9010, basically. That's a huge opening range. So for ES enjoyers, it's this literally the same range as yesterday. Holding that opening range from yesterday and then rotating down to Wednesday's opening range. So this is Thursday's opening range, this is Wednesday's, and we're just rotating in between right now. And that is your balance. So we'll see what happens as we push back up into these highs. It's the same thing that was happening yesterday where we were rotating in between. So we shall see. Ten seconds, 2015s. Just back to this seller that's here into our offer that's sitting here from our sweep below 75s. So just keeping an eye on this. This 75 to really like 90 is what we're watching for a lower high. Very similar, again, where it's just like, can our seller hold here for a leg down? What I'm watching. You just want to watch our reaction as we push into this. We want that offer to hold here. And the most important part is holding a lower high and pushing below 50-55. So if you're unwilling to look for something here, that's completely fine. What we're watching for is just, can we hold a lower high here? And can we rotate below and show interest here for this next leg down? Right? That's the most important thing, is can we continue this trend and can the offer lower again? And again, like if you just look at footprint, it's just holding our value here, and that's what's important. It's like this is where that sweep came through, and can we get below this opening range at 55? Gotta show interest below this and make that offer. 910.
Amazon shares spike higher, up 1.3%, a session high.
And again, like if you look at this, like this is where POC is here at 60 into our 50. So it makes sense that this was our PT. We can see that there's a buyer very clearly here willing to take. And this is the same thing where like the seller was absorbed. We're just watching to see if like we can get below. That's where your second leg starts to step in. And then we would be looking for our PVZ here down into like this. I mean, it's the same range as yesterday. We'll see what happens. Super important to see if we can get this pop below. So if not, we should see a bid back over 90s, and then we go up. So really, it's just like the 75 to 90. Can we hold it as offer, or does this flip? Bid attempting here into 70. Getting absorbed a little bit so far, but not enough selling pressure yet to determine directionality. So this is your first risk off into 55.60. We push down into this low. This is where the bid was in last. This is our PVZ POC. We need to get below this. Again, I can't reiterate that enough. We need to see a sweep push below this buyer who's positioned here if we want another leg down. This will give you another opportunity to get back in if we can make this 50 to 60 offer. This is why I have our PTs set like this for our risk to reward. So please understand that. This is 2 profitable trades so far. So here's your push down. Let's see if that offer can flip or if we absorb here again. Again, this 50 to 60 needs to flip. You guys with me or what? I'm very quiet this morning. What's going on? Do we see why I have my my PTs set like this based off of footprint and what we're looking for? Do we see the seller stepping in? Do we see the buyer who's offsides on footprint? Is everything I'm saying making sense so far? Okay, cool. $50 needs to flip, guys. 60 to 50 now is where we're watching for our next leg. If we can make this offer from where the bid was sitting, we want to see this value low to POC go resistance, right? We want that to go and turn into our seller, and then we can push down into our 30 to 40. And again, our opening range low is at 910. So we're just watching to see if we can do a full rotation of our opening range. And we want to flip this buyer that's here. We want stops to be run. We want to see this opening range high at 55 go offer. And then we can rotate down to our 30 and then our 010 if we can get below this. Sell side trying. Gotta get below this 50 to 60. If we start to show interest above 60s again, I think we can rotate back up to 75. So a very tight stop here. Gotta get below 55s here or bid will hold. My stop is sitting at 62. I'm out 1 here into 40, and then I have 1 runner left now. Stop still sitting 62. Here's our sweep through. Sell side trying to step in. And that is your full PVZ rotation here into our 24. I want 10s ideally for the full balance retrace, but I'm not sure if we get it in a single run here. We have 10 seconds till the 15s. This 10 to 20 is a great area to risk off or move stops down. We should be able to get a secondary move if we can get below 10s. And then that goes offer, just like we did with the 50 to 60. That's your full... I just got filled. There we go. Okay, that's 3 profitable trades. And we're just in our downtrend, right? So that's 2 average downs, playing all 3 of our setups here. This is our opening range mid here at 30s. Just gonna move this to 30. Buyer a bit off sides into 30. Just waiting right now. I mean, we're really watching right now to see if this 30 to 55 can hold offer. I mean, that's really it. It's a lot of risk though, so I'm not putting anything on chart. But like what we're watching for is if opening range mid to high can basically hold as offer, and then we can rotate down. So like this is what we're watching for a potential secondary leg. We should be able to get this if we can get below this 10 for this rotation of our balance, right? We would just be watching for Monday's balance high to rotate down and then do this rotation. But I am just going to wait for this to play because I think that we can trade up into this again, and then we'll just be watching for this leg like so. So this is kind of what I'm waiting for because we know that this is our 30-second opening range. I'm not really trying to play inside of it unless we're at an edge. 10 is our opening range low. And 55 is our opening range high, right? So if we're balanced between 30 and 55, there's just not much here. We want to see a lower high, right? Just following our line here. This trend continuation down, basically. So as we push into this, let's see what happens. There might be another entry here based off of the exact same area where we're looking at this 50 to 62 as our offer, right? Just into our POC. So watch this candle here. We can just put our risk in like so and see if there's a smaller sell here. With this being our offer. See what happens. Oops. Let's see what happens here on a look back below. So I want to see a look in here. I want to see our buyer get absorbed. And then I want to see an offer step in below 50s again for this to play. If this gets over this instead, it's going to be a long back up to our POC shift up at 84, I'm assuming. So just be patient here. Let's see what happens here into 60s. If we can find a bid here at 50, 55, it's going to be a long to 80. Very tight risk for an upside move to POC here. We're just watching our 30-second opening range here, seeing if we can hold this 50-55. If we can, then we look for a push to 75 and then 85. If we stop, if we push below 50s, we look for that offer to then rotate us back down for the same short again. So really, again, just watching our opening range here. See which way they push us. Into our 55 now. So into our short now. Let's see if we hold.
Brazil's Lula says, I will fight for US tariffs on Brazil not to take effect.
Watching our reoffer here into our edge.
Adding that
See if we make it a lower high.
US tariffs take effect, we will reciprocate.
Right, and we immediately make up for the long failure there and rotation down to 30s. First risk off here with 50 being our entry for our short, and immediately made this profitable again. So we're good. Now we risk off half into 30, and we look to see what happens now. I have one left. People understand why this is like a really tight risk here from 50 to 55, and we're looking for the buyer to be trapped on the look back below and then offer, right? Because this is either going to flip bid and then we can play this back up like so. But if we show no interest, then it's just the seller absorbing into this, right? The sweep that pushed us down, and then we just play the reoffer, and like that's that. So you can have a really tight risk, and then it's like, okay, we get stopped out. Who fucking cares? Then we just play it back down. It's the same trade again, right? Like either this seller is going to flip bid, and we have to be willing to position for it, or you just wait for this look back down like we had before, and then it's just the same rotation through our 30-second opening range. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. 15 seconds till new 15-minute candles. Just rotating between our 30-second opening range mid and our high here into 50, 55. Yes, just maintaining our ORM to ORH as well. Same as before, we watch to see if there's a long here or if we flip back below and then rotate back down to 30s. See what they do. New 15 is holding POC, right? So we're watching this area as our supportive hold. If it is going to, or if this is going to trap here again into the same highs and then look back below 50 for an offer for rotation down. I don't have an answer for you here. This is just a muddy area. It's our opening range high. We're watching to see if it can support or not. Need over this 62 for anything more. It's just our 30-second opening range, guys. Like, there's not much else to talk about here. This is either going to be able to hold and pop. We're playing off of our value high to POC of previous candle as our risk for an upside move, or this will flip below, and then we'll see a secondary reoffer for rotations down to 30. If you're uncomfortable playing this area, totally get it. Don't touch it. Just wait. Yeah, basically, right? Just 98 is your opening range high. You're just looking for a rotation into value high here. It's like 304, 306, 307. I mean, there's just not a great shorting opportunity here on ES until you get below and make this your offer, right? And then we can rotate down to ETH low. But until then, like, this is just opening range low holding. And you're just looking for a rotation up. Offer sitting at 70 on NQ, where we absorbed last. So it should be our first risk off as we pop into that. I got filled in my first contracts there into 70. That's PT here into our value edge high here. Let's see if we can flip it. This is why you have to try the long until we flip back below this 50-55. It's just that's where the bid sits. So let's see what happens. This is our original short location into this 80 to 90. Or 85 to 90. Right, just what's on screen here. If we can flip over this POC over 92, upside is pretty likely for this rotation between 92 and 010. So let's see what happens. This is just our PVZ value here. Again, like our secondary targets would just be looking for a look above this and then a flip back into the supply from yesterday. If we can show interest above. No, I just market it in, man. I just market it in between 63 and 55. And there's your push into your 010 supply. This is a $1,000 trade. You see how I just stop out and then go long? Okay, it's just like stopping out isn't an issue. We're just playing our setups. Like it is what it is. But then I'm immediately then flipping and then making my money back. Right? And we like I've already made our profit just by playing this. We took off 2 into 30. I stop out of my last contract here on the flip over our 55, which is our opening range high, and then I'm accumulating here for the pop up. And then I take off my first trades into 70, and then I leave my runner for our 010. Just like we talked about. I don't know if there's much here. This like 010 to 020 is our offer from yesterday. It's the same thing that I said yesterday when I left, which is like you're just until we can get through this 010 020, you're like kind of shit out of luck. We can look at what that looked like yesterday when I got off, but it was this, right? This is where we were trapped yesterday before I left. So we were just trapped in between here. And then as soon as we were able to show interest over 20s, we were then able to go up, right? This 20 became our support, and then we were able to rotate up off of that. This is this. So, I mean, we'll see what we do here, but we're now just watching to see if this 90 to 85 can hold, and if it can, then we just start trading up into this supply here from 010 to 020. If we can hold this, right, then we just are watching to see if we can then accumulate above this 20, and then we can trade up into like 37. If this fails, right, then it's going to be the same thing as before, where we look for a push below, and then we look to play this back down, which was our original short. So we can actually just copy and paste this, and then move this over to play that as a downside move, potentially. This is Thursday opening range on ES. We did the full rotation up. Need to show interest over 310 for anything more on ES. Am I going long again? I'm flat right now. I'm on my phone, but this isn't a bad long if we can get over 23K again. My issue right now with the long Gluck, I mean, this is the pushover. This is what we were watching for, right? Now we're just watching to see if we can accumulate here. The issue is that we have lower highs on ES from that look. We have lower highs on Russell from that look, right? So there's some weakness in the market right now. So what you want to be watching for is a look back above and then interest over. I'm much more interested playing outside of this range than playing this range. My original target was into here. There's a secondary look that was for this push up. I'm much more interested now playing this either back down with us failing to hold value or a very tight stop here, playing around this 80-85 and then the look back
10 minutes away
above.
from the top of the hour, we get the USD report.
I don't know.
Wheat end stocks forecast 896.5 million, prior 898 million. Soybean end stocks forecast 295 million,
like a much
unchanged
better
from the
trade
prior.
to me on a reoffer.
Cotton end stocks forecast 4.4 million, prior 4.3 million. and WASD corn end stocks prior 1,750 million.
So let's see what happens on a reoffer here into 85.90. And if that can hold, then we have it short again. That'll be pretty solid. This is your risk right now, basically. So let's see what happens. Again, just this like 85 to 95 is what we're watching. 10 points. See if offer can hold it. We just double topped on NQ on the 15, same as our, I mean, we know this is supply. I'm not really trying to long into supply. I'm trying to take risk off into it, which is why we closed into 010, because it's no brainer. It's the same again as yesterday. We got to show interest above 010, 020 for me to care about any long continuation. I'm not really looking to like scalp this range. So if we can hold below our value edge here, again, this is our value high here that we just looked above and now below. So your risk right now is your value high to your PVZ value high. Daily value high to PVZ value high is what I'm watching for. Just hold offer if it's going to for a rotation down to 960. If we can show interest over this 95 and bid again, then okay, we can play it up to 010, 020. But like, you have to respect the look back below value and the sell side trying to maintain this node now as resistance. And then that, again, if value high holds, then it's a rotation back down to POC. You see how it's the same short that we took last time off this failure and look above, and then we're just playing the look back below? The same trade. So 60 is first target, and then that's again 55, 60 is your opening range high. You got to take one off there. We don't know if that's a bid or not. So as we push down, you want to be taking one off. And again, like as soon as you see stuff like this, where we have a look into our zone high, and then you have your reoffer that's lower, like this becomes your risk, and then just play this down. That's why I said it's like that doesn't make sense for a long. As soon as we see Russell and ES show that interest, that look below, and then the hold. And then like, we had something very easy to play off of, which is our value edge here on NQ for the same thing. But it's like it's the same trade on ES, right? Like the flip above value high and then the failure, the look back below and reoffer of our value high. Okay, well it's like okay, where are we headed then? Well, VWAP,
5 minutes ago, to give the
POC,
report,
value our opening range high. It's all here.
896.5 million.
So that's your target.
898 million. Soybean end stocks forecast 295 million, unchanged from the prior. Cotton end stocks forecast 4 spot 4 million, prior 4 spot 3 million, and corn end stocks, prior 1,750 million.
You see what I'm saying? That becomes your risk for entry. What's up, 60 hour? How you doing, man?
ND Department authorizes SPR exchange with ExxonMobil.
Usually around 10:30, but I've been really unwell, so I didn't stream Wednesday. I was out of commission, and then I got on like 10 minutes later today. Just trying to recover, but usually around 10:30. I try to give the first hour time to play out, so we have a bit more information to play around.
One minute ago now to get the WASD data. We'll lead with the wheat end stocks. So Department of Energy is providing up to 1 million crude barrels to Exxon from SPR. Ten seconds.
Appreciate it.
$890 million compared to the expected of 896.5 million, so lower than the forecast there. As the soybean end stocks 310
So this
million,
is new 15s
higher than
coming
the
out,
forecast of
holding POC so
295
far.
million. whilst the cotton end stocks 4.6 million, higher than the forecast of 4.4 million, and corn end stocks 1,660 million.
Nothing really to talk about. We're just watching to see if this POC can hold supportive or if 75s go offer again. Battle at this level right now. Russell, full rotation back down to our value low, as well as our ETH low. So finding that bounce there, got a reversion signal, and it's looking for a push into 55, it looks like. Watching our value edge here on NQ might invalidate here. We'll look for a flip if we can hold below. If not, right, it's the same trade as before, which is just a look into this and then a look back below 85s for rotations back down if we fail. This is our value edge high, so we'll see what happens. ES, just full rotation again to our value high edge from our view up and hold of opening range low, our opening range high, sorry. Just back to the same area. We'll see what happens. There's not much here. Like, if we can flip it, awesome. If it fails, it is what it is. So look above and then look back below again. Watch our 75 buyers, see if they're present. If we flip below it, should just be the same PT again into 60s. No interest above our value high, there's no long. Right? Like, this has to be just something that you understand. No interest above our value high, it's going to rotate down to POC. It's just balance. This is ES, VWAP, POC, etc., etc. Same trade again, just failure to push higher. Russell leading down. If that continues to lead down, we could see maybe another leg. We'll have to watch to see what Russell does for ES. But if this lower high below our value here maintains, it could potentially continue down. We'll just have to watch to see if this gets back above or not. Same thing on ES, right? We just got to watch to see what happens here. I don't have an answer for you. The same range, so not really trying to do too much more. Same trade as before. It's the same thing, right? We're just watching to see how we react into like the 60, 61. Our value low on these areas, on these last two candles, has been here into the 65, 60 area. So it's just a great risk off. If we can start to push below POC here off of our daily profile and PVZ, then we can look for the down leg again. But it's just this rotation and balance between these two areas right now. There's not much to talk about. It's just balance, right? So you're either willing to play the look back below and then rotation down, or you are waiting. I'm just going to move over the exact same trades that we had on before in this area, and we'll play around these as our factors, right? See what happens. And it's the same thing on ES, right? Like this has been supportive, this 94 to 89. Until we can flip below 89 and hold that as offer, there isn't a great shorting opportunity here because this is just our opening range mid. Like this is where you're taking PT, right? Like this is your profit target into VWAP and into our value low. If our value goes offer, right, and we can make this area resistance, then we can look for more downside. But we need to see that look below, and then we can get this rotation down to ETH low. Until then, this is where we expect the bid to be resting in here, and we look for a secondary high and then a rotation back up. It is what it is. So we'll see what happens. I just got filled at 60 there for the PT from our short. It's fine to hold a runner. I only had one, right? So stopped, re-entered on the look back below, rotation down.
Saudi Arabia boosted its June output amid regional tensions. So Saudi Arabia confirming the boost in oil production for June, as the energy minister comments on X.
Excuse me. $30 till new 15s. Full rotation of our value, POC to value high, again here off of PVZ. It is just balance, if you can imagine that. It is the same thing again. See if we hold a lower high here into 85. If it just flags and we pop over 95, then upside's pretty likely. If 85 holds, we're just looking for the same balance rotation again. See what happens. There's your 85 offer, rotation down. Just watch your 70. This is where POC is from previous candle. Are we like seeing what I'm talking about? The look above, the look below, the play through. Do we see this setup over and over again? It's the same thing. That's why I'm not saying anything anymore. It's like if you are willing to play with that risk, then awesome. It's the same thing. It's balance. You look for the look above, the failure and lack of interest, and then you look to play it through. If not, then you're waiting for a break of balance, right? It's like what are you comfortable playing with? See if we can flip this for the rotation up to 010, 020. Or if this holds and then we offer below 85. Unsure. They are trying here. We want to see a sweep below 80, 85 for confirmation of down, or a flip of this 95 and bid for rotation up to like 020. Unsure. It's the same seller. It's just been sitting here at PVC value high. Three minutes until new 15s.
Hello, everybody.
Up.
Not much. You feeling better?
Nope.
Over the hump? Nope. That sucks. That's crazy that it's been all week. I
Yeah.
feel like it's been a couple years since you got
Yes.
hit with one of those.
Been a while. Not fun.
Wow, you can boogie out whenever you want. I know you know that, but
Yeah, I mean I'm alright. They gave me like some hardcore sleep meds last night. Well, I took those for the first time and I got like 14 hours of sleep. So that was
Nice.
something. But it's like enough sleep where I'm just like exhausted. You know?
yes, I do. I do.
But I'm alright. There's been a lot of solid balance trades so far today. Hopefully people are in profit. I don't know, unless you're just like ignoring me. I don't know why you wouldn't be, but you know, sometimes it happens.
Yesterday, after you left was just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I knew we were gonna balance there below that 010, 020.
Holy. It was like the short-term scalps were like 40-minute trades.
Yeah,
For like 5 ES points. Like it was okay, but it was literally like you're in a position and you set your limit and then like you go away for 2 hours and like maybe we've gotten there kind of thing.
I exited into 40 yesterday for like $950 instead of that
Yeah.
50 target. It's like it's whatever. It's annoying. But I think that, let me look at my trade history. I think I was in that trade for an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, an hour and 49 minutes
Yeah.
to make
That's like a
$985.
nice short-term scalp yesterday right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, next week will be very interesting, guys, because I was pretty convinced we were gonna keep an inside week this week, but obviously we took it out yesterday, which is actually insane with how the market was balancing. So hope that there's potential for a big trap up here. You out of here, Sparrow? And when I say that, that's like a week to week viewpoint.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find a bid here, guys. I'm just watching our new 15 that's just opened. Our risk is basically this. We're going to hold this POC. This 93 to 84, it looks like. Let's see if we can find a bid here. Or to 82. Let's see if we can get this rotation up or if they fail here. I'm unsure, but this is our first look above where we're going to see if POC can build here. Or if this fails, and then we look for the short at 85 on the look back below once we get stopped out. I'm unsure. Very close to getting stopped here. Yeah, let's see if they offer it. Need to see the seller step below this 80. I'm only going to be comfortable on a long look over 95s again. Or I'm just going to be expecting a lower high here into POC. See what happens. We just bounced off our value low off of previous candle, but I need to see more from buyers because it's just, again, going to be a potential lower high here. And I don't want to get stopped out where we just are rotating between 85 and 95 and we haven't made a decision before I try again. $95 offer holding so far. Again, need to get below this 80-85 for the short. But the 95 holding offer is a good sign if we can show interest below. And then it's just the short setup again with this guy then being offsides. Again, it's just the understanding like the bid has to show interest above that or it's just so. So let's see what happens. Again, what we don't want to get into is where we just are balanced in between here, getting chopped up, which is what I just said, right? We want to see a very clear look above or look below and hold, because you don't want to be the guy who's on the wrong side of the edge on both directions multiple attempts. It's fine to get stopped out once, but understand why the trade didn't work and where we need to breach for it to have success. You know, it's one of those. It's fine to make a mistake once, but once you do it 3 times in a row, you should be like, oh, okay, I'm the one that's executing poorly. Did you guys see Bitcoin? I know it's going, but I'm not like actively watching it. I just always have a tab open so I can see the current price. That's about as much Bitcoin that I look at on a daily basis. So I just make sure that I have a chart up. Other than that, I don't really talk about it. So again, we're just balanced here, which is what I didn't want to happen and why I am just waiting. After getting stopped the first attempt, it's just, there's no point. Like, it's just holding this value low. So I'm going to move this level down a bit. We know that the buyer is down here, and we know that there's a seller above. So until I see a willingness to trade outside of this area, there's just not a ton here. It is just the chop. I put a fixed range on so you can see what I'm watching. We want to see a break of this value low or value high and a hold for more. I should have not done that. Yeah. The thing is, like, even if it pops, like, there's not a lot of room above. Like, you have like 20 points, but it's just supply up there. Until we can show interest over this area, like, you're not going far. Once we do, then we have room. So, like, I think that there's going to be a much better secondary look once we break out of like the larger higher time frame balance. And what I mean by the higher time frame balance is outside of this range, right? Like It's like all we're contesting for right now is like, are we gonna triple top? Like, like once we get over the triple top, we can look for more. But right now, all we're battling for is like the wicking from 95 up to 010. So like, if you really care about those points, awesome. Like, sure, you can take a little, but we will have a lot more clarity once we get over these wick highs and can show interest over that. So 95 offering still, getting our look below. Same as before, it's just this rotation. This 80 to 85 hold is really important if we're going to get this rotation back down. We can see on our footprint candle that our value low is here at this 84, 82 area. We can see that value high is at this 95 and there's no interest above. So like the short is still very viable for this rotation. It's the same balance. All we know is that this guy is offsides, right? And that we have looked back in, we've held a lower high, and now we are getting that secondary leg.
This is getting pretty thin here.
Yeah, just push back down to view up. So 70 should be your first risk off, the 60 to 70. And if we can show interest below, then we get more. If not, then it's just the bottom of balance here. Yeah.
So just a reminder with Trump's schedule, he is due to be at a round table with first responders in Texas at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
So the idea now is can we hold the bottom of this balance? Or do we need to rotate back through to the top of this balance? If we see a very strong offer here into our 85, then downside is very likely. If we need to come back up a bit higher into 90 to 95, we need to watch for that look back below 85 for another short attempt. Right, we have a POC to value high that is a potential position to play around where we're looking to maintain that these guys are offsides. We have two viable locations to look for an offer. Here, into this POC to value high off of the last footprint candle, or here off of our 85 to 90, basically. It's just the lower high, right? We have a value area that's been defined, and until we show interest over 95s, like, this is your risk. It's the same thing. We've looked above, this guy's trapped, it's our catalyst, and now it's just the rotation back down with these guys being offsides above. Until we show interest over 95s, like, that's it. It's just lower highs. It's up to you to know if you want to play these little rotations. We know that we're in balance, so like if you want to just wait for the break of balance, go for it. If not, then play the secondary reactions and then the same trade that we've been doing over and over again today.
Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get Fed Scoresby speaking and the Baker Hughes data. Fed Scoresby appearing on Moody's talks about it's called Inside Economics Podcast. No indication whether text is to be expected for it, but if it's a podcast, probably not. So prior reads for then the Baker Hughes total recount prior 539 and oil recount prior 425.
Little peek on RTY here.
So this is our push into POC to value high of last candle. Yeah, need to see a look above 95 and hold for any long attempts for me personally. But if we push from here and this holds offer and we look back below 85s, then there's potentially another short attempt. Just like we've been doing over and over again. Did not mean to move this. Oof.
The first time at the top of this range, we've seen ES bids try to step in inside 304, 305 area.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad. The issue is just like Russell VWAP is above and POC, and like that's probably where we just reject again. We can show interest above, that'd be amazing for more, but we'll see. But like on the higher time frame, like
5 minutes
we're
ago, did we
holding
get
our
the Baker
low
Hughes
decently
total
well.
recount data prior 539, oil recount prior
See what they do.
425? We're also expected to hear from Fed Scoresby on a podcast. There is no text or no indication whether text is to be expected.
So this is our push to Russell VWAP and yesterday's opening range on ES. The last attempt that we tried here was a look above 310 that led to an immediate offer and step below 307. And then a rotation back through this range, something like so. So watch to see if we can show interest above that 310 or if this offer holds again back below value at this 305, 307. Just gonna mark it so that you have the same idea again if it happens. Remember, it was the look above our value high on the daily, and then the look back below, and then the offer lowering that led to the rotation down. If we are able to sustain here and then look over 310s, then upside makes sense. Just play it up to ADR. 318. But if it fails and Russell can't get over view up, then there's been no change. Which is again why I was like, there's not a lot up here until we show interest above this supply. You're just playing for these like wick highs. I'm hoping that the news that happens in 2.5 minutes gets us out of this range. It's our only catalyst, really. We've got buyers now in the middle, right? Trying to maintain this like 80 to 90, which is that balance area that we said that we didn't want to touch, right? This becomes our risk for either side of the trade. We're looking for buyers or sellers to be able to break us below and hold or break us above and hold, which is why we've defined our risk as this area, because we don't want to be trapped inside of it. We want to see interest on the edge on the outside for either rotations up or a look above, a trap, and then a look below and then hold for rotations down. So if they can hold this, awesome. We then look for 10 to 20 points higher. Just like, again, how we have marked. It is just the hold of this value high here from this range. It is incredibly important that that maintains.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes. Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data, and also expecting to hear from Fed Scoresby.
Few seconds here till turn of hour.
New 15. Good higher low, holding above POC of previous candle so far. See if we get a retest into that area. RTY so far rejecting VWAP and our PVZ POC. Just like we talked about. Just need to see if we can build here above or if this is going to fail and then look back through. Should see news here in a minute with Baker Hughes.
Total recount 537, 537. Oil recount 424, 424.
Watching this RTY halfway back up to that rejection with big counts. We need to see bids step in here across the board. Yes, value edge. NQ balance edge at 95s and RTY at our halfway back. Need to break these lower highs. Jesus. Congratulations, 95 to 010. Huge. That is first PT.
Some buy side effort here on ES as we approach our daily high. Try to do a take there at 08.5.
One more into 20. We can show interest over this 10 to 20. Then we can look for push to Globex high into like 48. Is the trade that I left you guys at yesterday. But there's your 95 to supply, which is what we were watching for. So to me, that trade's complete. You can leave a runner. And then again, like if we can get to this next target, you're just watching the VPOC at 36 to 48 as your next target, really. Just into this. ETH high here.
And a half minutes till new 15s. And Q retesting value high. Yes, and structure. A little bit more to value high, obviously. RTY unable to make it over POC.
Shortly expecting the Fed's reverse repo operation. $37 counterparties take $181.637 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I hope someone inside folds and leaks that stuff, man.
Get them all out. It's never happening.
That's like that's like a give up your life to leak kind of important you know what I mean? Like
Did you see that there's talks now to pardon Maxwell?
Well, I think that she's actually the mastermind.
Pardon from what? Hello? That doesn't mean that there aren't crimes. What do you mean? That still, there's a reason why Epstein was in jail. Epstein, she was getting clients for Epstein. What do you mean? That's such a bad meme. There's like thousands of hours of him doing things to girls.
Double dipper, Tom. Come on. The uproar from that would be insane. Insane.
The newest copium line is that here, the newest copium is interesting. The Trump administration is holding explosive blackmail material on key deep state figures and has struck a secret deal to keep it quiet. The agreement is so that he doesn't have any backlash from pursuing his America First agenda. That's the newest line of why he's not releasing it. I'm gonna go make some food real quick. I'm still long 95. My stop's sitting at 92 now on my last runner. I took profit into 10 and into 20. I have one contract left. Just waiting to see what happens. I have a stop set at 36 above, so I either get stopped out at 92 or 36. 36 to 49 is your next area of supply. I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Enjoy. New 15s, new 30s. Not much to say here. We can keep an eye on RTYs. It's still in kind of this upward channel, but very tight sideways auctions on ES and Q. Very similar to yesterday, where I don't think there's a great entry. But it's fine to continue to hold until we see lows of these auctions break and then reoffer, right? And it'll be pretty clear.
Brussels plans new tax on big companies to boost ECU budget, according to the Financial Times.
What's up, Rory? Holy.
So we have posted out the FT article on the feed for those interested, as Brussels plans a new tax on big companies to boost the EU budget. So looking into this piece then, the so-called corporate resource for Europe, outlined in a draft European Commission proposal seen by the FT, is to be unveiled next week, but needs unanimous support from member states to enter into force. The annual tax would apply to all companies with turnover in excess of 50 million euros after taking into account subsidies and taxes, what the EU defines as net turnover.
Watching ES here, bottom of range. See NQ a little deeper leading here. Any reoffers in this 90 to 95 on NQ, and we should expect a trade back down under 75 or towards 75. And bottom of our previous auction. Still, ES maintaining. Just peeking through this little LVN, so we'll see if we see ES reoffer anywhere from this 07. If we get down into this 05, I know it's only 2 points, but ES is tight. I mean, come back down to 6,300, which is our POC, and that was our last area of primary liquidity as well. And there were our first sell side targets hit. NQ will peak under 75 to 70 there. ES towards that 301. Bottom of range here for RTY. Very good. Minutes here till new 15s. New 15 open.
All right, I'm back. This
How was your lunch? Good lunch.
is all right. It's all right. Some rice and veggies with some grilled chicken. It's pretty boring.
You go.
What the hell is that? Gucci hedgehog chicken. Hmm.
Gonna be a no from me, dog.
What does that mean? Found a TikTok video for hedgehog chicken. I've never heard of hedgehog chicken. So it's like sweet and spicy? Oh, sweet and salty. No spice. I've never heard of that before. Why is Gucci in the name, though? Okay.
All right, and moving on.
Oh, okay. So hedgehog is referring to hedgehog mushrooms, technically.
Oh, see? There you go.
Okay, that makes more sense. See, it's like how you cut it is no. There we go. Yeah, I watched that video. That's very different than that recipe. I don't know who to believe. But I can get with the hedgehog mushrooms. That makes more sense.
Canada's Industry Minister Jolie says Canada's coordinating with EU and other allies amid US threats.
NQ POC test here. RTY diverging still, coming into value low.
Canada's Industry Minister Jolie says Canada turning to trusted partners in Europe and Asia.
I don't know if I care about this area anymore, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like we've played it for all it's worth on both sides. Do I really care about this 15 points that's going to be offered here? I don't know.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal budget balance for the month of June. Forecast minus 30 billion on the prior minus 316 billion.
Let's see if we get the same trade again. I don't know if I really care, but 95, trying to go bid again. See if we get that push to 10s. Again, it's just this 15-point range. I'm really not interested in it, personally. But it's the same as before.
And then a half year total turn of hour.
One minute remaining for the US federal budget balance.
Talking about this a couple days ago, but like the USD is down a ton. Gold to stock prices are down a ton. Like the overall value of the dollar is devalued so much that these all-time highs have no correlation to what they were before Trump's presidency. And I don't think people are like correlating that very well. Is that you have lost money. You have lost money. The value of the dollar has gone down dramatically. So these prices going up is still not over the bend of where we were before the dollar was devalued.
27 billion, 27 billion. That's higher than forecast, minus 30 billion.
Is a illusion. Good hold so far. This new Grok update is maybe the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. Man is lobotomizing his AI. It's crazy. Holy. It literally searches his Twitter feed for opinions.
It's hilarious. I haven't messed with it at all yet.
Yeah, but the mega Hitler and nonsense was crazy as well. Jesus. Or Mecha Hitler, sorry, from Wolfstein. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we gonna be stuck here for 2 hours like yesterday when I left?
Probably.
Yes. $95 bid, rotation back up, no change. Just retesting POC of previous candle here. PVZ value high is sitting here at this 04, which is just the POC of previous candle as well. Here, full rotation, 95 hold, back to our 10 to 20. See if we can push through this time or if offer holds into the supply.
Just some further detail into the report then for the federal budget balance. US gross customs duties revenue grew to a record high of $27 billion in June, up 301% from a year ago period. So just to clarify then, with the US June budgets at a surplus of $27.01 billion versus a deficit of $71 billion a year ago.
Minute here till new 15s.
Rory, you there? You playing any new gotcha games?
Yeah, BDO.
Nice, nice.
The first episode of the new Don season was a little crazy.
Haven't watched it yet.
They did like no recap, so and it like I just like picked up where I left off, like in the middle of the story.
Nice.
Well, I was just like, wait, what's going on again? Like,
Seems to be common these days. Just like throw you in.
JP Morgan tells fintechs they have to pay up for customer data.
Hey up.
Just to put this out there, we have shown zero interest so far above the supply. As long as that's holding, right? Like there's not a long. Yeah, I can't reiterate that enough. Like this is still just supply. So if you want to try the 10 points risk at tens, like that's a fine trade for these rotations back down. But understand like our bid is currently resting at this 95. If it flips, we look for the offer to 85 and then the rotation down to 60s. It's the same range we've been going over and over. But like I'm not speaking right now, but like it's the same thing here. Like if you until we see interest over 20s, like this is just the rotation down again. And you can leave a potential runner then if you're trying this, where this then becomes your risk and you have a secondary target where you're just looking for these rotations back through, right? It's the same thing over and over again. That being said, we've been playing the secondary moves where this has been our risk, right? But like that doesn't mean that you can't short supply. I want to make sure that I'm highlighting that. Right now we've been just playing off of this area, this 85 to 95 as our risk on either direction for these rotations up, and then playing it as basically the middle of our range. But like until we show interest over, it's totally fine to just hang out in this and then look for this is your runner, or you can just play this is your secondary and then play this down, right? But at no point is this not where you're risking off your long position. So if you're risking off your longs, it's because you think that there's a seller positioned here. So that can just as likely be where you look to play it down, right? It's balance. So I just want to, I'm not saying that, I haven't been saying that directly, but it should be known if you haven't thought about that yet, that it's the same thing as the look below 95 and then the rotation through. Right, it's the same thing as our look below our 85 and then the rotation through. Just like we were doing here. For all of these trades, the same trade over and over again.
PayPal drops amid volume spike, last down 4.3%. So again, from the headline of JP Morgan says that they're going to tell fintechs they have to pay up for customer data.
Has to go out. Getting antsy. I'm gonna go do that now, actually, before we get a big old break, and then I'm stuck here. But just keep that in mind. Like, this is just balance in between right now. If we can start to show interest above, then we're just going to be targeting this this 40 to 50, right? That's your next area of supply.
Oh boy. Do I even want to know?
We'll be right back.
Get off my lawn.
According to the Politico, the European Commission has dropped plans to levy a tax on digital companies, move their hands of victory to Trump and US tech giants like Apple and Meta. Again, according to the Politico Europe.
This is Sean Connery? Okay. Alright. It was something. Tesla just monster pump here, by the way. I just looked over on it. Moving.
Further into this article, which we have also posted out on the feed for you to read through. With the EU and the US embroiled in the final stretch of negotiations over a trade deal, Brussels removed the digital tax option from its supposedly unrelated list of proposed taxes for bringing in revenue during its next 7-year spending program, according to a document circulated on Friday, seen by Politico. So, with only days to go until the budget plan is unveiled, top EU officials are locked in high stakes talks to decide which levies will feature in the Commission's proposal to be published on Wednesday next week for the budget starting in 2028. The document, which could still be revised by officials before the publication, set out a list of possible taxes but did not quantify how much money each one would likely generate.
2 minutes here till new half hours. Still maintaining auctions. Yippee.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $68.45 a barrel, up $1.88 or 2.82%. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $3.31. Gasoline August futures settle at around $2.18 a gallon, and diesel August futures settle at around $2.44 a gallon. So also keeping an eye on Visa, MasterCard also dropping to session lows. Again, off of the JP Morgan headline that we've seen earlier on, telling fintechs that they have to pay for customer data. A reminder as well for Trump, he is visiting Kerrville, Texas. We have put the video of the live stream out on the Financial News feed where we'll see if he does speak, but the video is there for you anyway. We haven't seen him on the video so far, but again, it's there. So a reminder, this is supposed to have a round table with Texas flood and first responders.
NQ back to highs, little peek over on ES.
And it is wild how aggressive some people's dogs are here. Terrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can justify living in a complex like this and then having like a dog that hates on sight any person or like dog.
Yeah.
Like that just doesn't
Well,
sit right.
even in our neighborhood, there are some streets that we like avoid walking down because they have big dogs that can jump their fences and have.
Man. Ugh.
And like it was like our rat like sometimes doesn't do great on walks. And, like we got him doing really good, and then a dog jumped the fence and attacked him,
Oh.
and then like just regressed like months of
Yeah.
like leash training.
According to
So
the
you
Wall
gotta
Street
get 'em
Journal,
back,
Fed's
and it's like,
Goolsby in an
oh
interview
my
says
God.
that new tariff rate could delay rate cuts.
Because now every time he just thinks he has to be on edge to protect,
Mm-hmm.
and like, it does not bode well. Chihuahua, yes, exactly.
So this is our look above into our 10 to 20 again, and now the look back below. Offer sitting at there at 10, absorbing. Need to see the buyers really get through this if we're going to go higher, or this is just going to rotate back through. ES finally looking over Thursday's opening range here at 310. RTY still holding VWAP as resistance above. So let's see if there's any more ammo, or if this is just going to be another rotation through our already known balance. This is what we have drawn out pathing wise, right? So look in, look back below, and now you're watching for a lower high here, with this being your risk, just like we talked about. Right? It's just this.
Further detail into this then. The new tariffs unveiled by Trump have further muddied the inflation outlook. That's according to Fed's Goolsby, and said that it's making it more difficult for him to support the rate cuts the president has pressed for.
If we ever show any interest over 20s, we can look for a potential longing opportunity if we see that bid like actually hold, and then it would just be a rotation of this is our balance. This is the same thing that happened yesterday. If you guys remember, I'll scroll over there, but this is where we balanced yesterday, right? So between our 10 and this, Control Z. Between our 10 and our 95, right? This low. And I was long 86, if you remember, and then we finally got our look above our 10 to 20. Then we can look for this rotation up into this supply, the same as yesterday, into this 40 to 50. Same as before. Yesterday we failed to get over this 50. We then rejected, made lower highs, and then rotated back through the same thing, right? That led to 10 to 20 going offer again, and then that led to a gap down overnight. And then we're just back here again. So we'll see if we can get back through. But if not, I'm just going to be treating this the same as yesterday, because balance clearly is still persisting, you know? But we show interest above, like so. Then we look to see how we interact into this supply above. This fails, then we'll look for that pushback below 40, and then the rotation through. Any questions? Are we all on the same page with that? Should be pretty good, but let me know. I'll just move this over for what we're talking about right now. It's just a little hard to see when I drag it over like this. You know, I'm going to leave it over to the side. It's too hard to visualize. Is it really doing it every
Further
tick?
detail from this article from the Wall Street Journal. Goolsby said over the past few months, after
Okay,
Trump paused
well-
the steep bilateral tariffs he proposed in April, anxiety about how tariffs could push up prices calmed sustainably.
That's crazy.
That had put the Fed
Okay.
on track to ease interest
Never mind.
rates again soon.
I lied to you.
But the latest round of tariffs, including a 35% levy on some Canadian imports and a 50% tariffs on goods from Brazil set to begin August 1st, could spark fresh concerns about inflation, which might force the Fed to maintain its wait-and-see posture until the central bank gets more clarity.
So I'm gonna leave it like that on the side. Yeah, exactly. It's just you have to when you're in balance, the worst thing you can do for yourself is try to preemptively get into a move in the middle of a range. Because then you're trapped on both sides and it's just so punishing and you're just get emotional in it. You just wait for your edges, you keep your risk on, you understand how you invalidate, and you let the thing play. And you only execute at your edges. Define your risk. Define your trade. Let it play. And like you're gonna have losers with that approach, you know, every once in a while. But what you're not gonna do is lose in a winning trade, right? Like you will be wrong, and then you will immediately be able to then go to your next one and make up for that loss because you're playing only at your execution edges. And if we flip said execution edge and you get stopped out, there's a very, very high chance that we then continue in that direction, right? Or we wouldn't put our stop there if we thought it would continue to chop, right? We usually then continue in that direction, and then you can just get in on the right side then on the breakout and then play the momentum trade up instead of the balance trade back down.
Brent crude futures settle at $70.36 a barrel, up $1.72 or 2.51%.
This is a big shift with Russell looking over VWAP the first time in the last like hour and a half. Let's see if it can hold. Could leave for ES to be able to hold this 310 on retest. Keeping an eye on that.
A lot of volume that moved up again.
NQ diverging quite a bit. Just following our pathing, right? 10 offer, rotation down. It's a great first risk off here if we're going to hold our daily POC, which is positioned here at this 23K. So it's only 10 points right now. It's a very tight rotation. This rotation is like a 15-point balance. It's a bit tough, but it has the ability to, if we get below this this 95.85, to then do the full rotation down to 60. Giving you a very, very nice entry here, having a runner from off of this this 10. So just keep that in mind that you potentially, this could be the top if we can't get over this 10 to 20. We just need to show interest below this this 90 where we've been absorbing over and over again. So you're just in a really tight range right now, but you have a great average being in at that 10. So there it is. That's your rotation down, like we talked about. So if we can flip this, then you can hold a runner for the full rotation through. If not, this is our bottom of our short-term balance here in our upper node. Execute on your edges, let the trade play. Yeah. Big retest on ES and RTY here to see if we get a sort of continuation up, testing its structural highs now. Value high on ES and Russell POC on the daily, as well as VWAP. Makes for a great first risk off for NQ enjoyers. The bottom of our balance with ES and RTY also at inflections. If you want to hold a runner, I do not disagree. Great secondary target here into 85s. If we flip this, then we can do our rotation back down to our 60-70 or the bottom of our overall balance. Again, this is the middle of our balance. This is the overall, right? This is the middle. Upper balance. Lower.
So we have posted out the article from the Wall Street Journal on the Financial Sheets newsfeed for you to read through. Again, just Fed Scoresby says that new tariff threats could delay rate cuts.
Getting our potential secondary leg down here if offer remains. Watching our retest. We have a minute left on this 15-minute candle.
So now the Moody's podcast, Fed Scoresby says new round of tariffs make it messy to truly say how the economy is doing. It's more or less echoing what was said in the Wall Street Journal piece. Goolsby says that if we're going into an environment where price starts rising again, I'll be nervous. Just seeing some movement towards the downside here on the S&P 500 as Goolsby speaks.
Pushing
It's,
down into 70s.
probably a release then of the Moody's podcast coming through with headlines.
The downside candle from the last rotation down that we did from our 10s. So it's a great risk off. We could potentially see one more leg down, but just understand, like, this is our lower balance. This is POC from this lower balance. We'll watch to see if we can hold below. If we can see one more leg down into 60s for the full completion, but just be respectful of it.
Goolsby says that we want to
It is
wait
great.
until anxiety dies down before comfortably, saying that before I'm comfortable that the US is back on track to a soft landing.
See how we interact here. They're absorbing a bit into 75. My side's definitely trying.
So again, Goolsby says, I want to wait until the anxiety dies down before I'm comfortable that the US is back on track to a soft landing.
I don't know if I'm taking any more trades. What time is it? 3?
Got an hour, man.
I don't know. I mean, these ranges and balance trades have been simple. I don't want to test my luck too much more. We'll see. People have a good day today? I don't know. I mean,
Goolsby says if we get a few more
think it was
months
good.
of excellent inflation reports, that would persuade me we're still on a golden
Was-
path.
Probably the best. Actually, Monday wasn't horrible, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week has just been
Yeah.
dog water. So
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it can be more direct. Every single one of these have had the P&L thing on and with pathing of what we're watching for. It's just like, let it play. Just remember that 55 is your opening range high on the 30-second. The 65 has been where we've been seeing bids. It's just where we've been seeing buyers absorb selling over and over again as we touch into this area. So if we show interest below, awesome, right?
Again, to keep an eye on
We
the
keep going
S&P 500,
down.
we're just seeing a little bit further downside
Look for
movement now.
dips to try to
A
be
sharper
bought here.
move
This is
towards the
full
downside
PT.
again as Goolsby speaks about the potentials from the Wall Street Journal about rate cuts and saying if we're going into an environment where prices start rising again, I'll be nervous.
That's your full lower balance. into our
He
55.
also added that, as I said earlier on, he did say the new round of tariffs make it messy to truly say how the economy is doing.
If we can push below, then we can look for these trades again to the downside. Remember what we were watching here is that 50 to 60 going offer allows for rotations down for this lower balance. But we got to see it to believe it. Shit, I didn't mean to move whatever that was. Yeah. There's no way we get this in a single rotation, I don't think. Probably a bounce there and then a move down like that would be my guess. So this look below, incredibly important. We need to see a bid and then an offer for this 50 to 60 to rotate, and then we can play the 30-second opening range with a buyer at 30s, and then full rotation would be down to 9-10. But we'll watch to see if this can hold. I think you get an opportunity again if we don't just immediately get one here at 30 for a reoffer at our ORM. You see what I mean by that 10 to 20? Like if we continue to show no interest up there, then like that can easily just be our top. And you like, if there's no reason to not hold a runner if we have the ability to trade through our lower balance. If there's no interest, then there's no interest. And just like let it be. See if we can get this, at least this rotation here. 30 is first target off this flip. So there's your 30. Let's see a small bounce here, and then we'll see how dramatic the sell is. It can trade all the way back up to 55, 65, and that would be perfectly fine. Ideally, 45s hold offer, and then we rotate down to 9-10. But again, just not enough info yet. So there's your bounce at 30s. See what they do here.
The ES value low and now in the VWAP POC pocket.
Probably needs to be moved up a bit into 55 to 65 would be my guess, but look for offers to be here. Let's see, something like this. Watch your ES edge here into our ETH low and value. See if we find an offer here. We push into this for one more leg down, or if we're going to revert back up to VWAP here again. Unsure. It is NQ pushing into that 55-65. Watch for an offer as we push in. It's either going to be a recovery of our balance low, or this is going to rotate back down below 50s and then give us another opportunity. Watch where our POC is currently resting, right? Right at that 50 level. So looking for this look above, and then the look back below will give you next opportunity. Bounce at 30s was totally expected. Now it's just a matter of, do we build back below our lower balance here, right? Can sellers maintain here and trap, or is this going to be a bid that steps in and now recovers this edge for rotations back through again. I don't have the answer for you yet. So we'll see what happens here. So far looks good for a hold. $65 bid holding, rotating up.
Decent amount of effort on ES there towards 05.
Like wondering what was going on. All of these previous ones have fucking price labels on that continue to play. Why is this so congested? Yeah, that makes way more sense. Jesus, why is like some of them are on, some of them are off? Just trading view things.
Yep.
Oh my god, okay, that's so much cleaner. It's killing me. Okay.
Hypothetical speed says a new round of tariffs make it messy to truly say how the economy is doing.
NQ summer
Let's
trading
see.
so hard when you're looking for 40 points per entry. Lucky GC has my back. Yeah, I mean, like, this is still, like, decent points wise, right? But you have to be willing to hold for the full rotation. Instead, it's more so realistically for a lot of people going to be 20 to 30 point trades here, right? With the full balance and then just playing the mid balance. Yeah, it's been a bit rough, especially if you're a afternoon trader. Morning trades, there's still definitely 40 to 100 point rotations, easy. But I mean, even this, right? Like, this is still a good rotation of 40 points from just the recovery of this balance low to our balance mid. Right? Like, you just have to be executing at the proper areas, which is just like recovery of balance. Like, this is all we're watching for these. And then there'll be a secondary opportunity if you're unwilling to hold from this low on a look back above. And then you just play this upper rotation again for same amount of points. But I feel, yeah, definitely tighter rotations than what it used to be. So, of course, this is PT1 off of our 85 and 95 flip. This is your lower balance rotation.
As well as seeing a statement released here from the US FHFA, that's the Federal Housing Commission here. So an interesting line at the top of this, it does say that, again, from the chairman of this, says, "I'm encouraged by reports that Powell is considering resigning. I think this will be the right decision for America and the economy will boom." So again, this was just found in an immediate press release from the FHFA chairman for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Again, just reports that Powell is considering resigning.
End of an era.
And so we have posted out that statement from the U.S. Federal Housing Chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, again, which implies that Powell is considering resigning. We've again posted that on the feed for those interested.
Oh, Rory, there's a new album that might be good. I get you in DMs. I'm listening to it now for the first time. Just saw they released it. I just started the first song.
So just keep in mind for some context behind this, the FHFA chair Polte has been calling for Powell's resignation for some time now. In his regard, it's to do with mortgage rates is why he wants him gone. But again, this is again a report from the FHFA chair, which indicates that Powell is considering resigning.
I did for a bit, but I didn't realize that they changed the like dynamic so often. So like I was just starting to learn like the current meta, and then they did like a new update, and then it completely changed things, and I was like, okay, this is way too much, man. Like you have to be on top of it. It's a little too much for me. I'm not
Like, welcome to your new social life.
Yeah, it's like the new patches like affect everything. But my brother got the plat and then stopped playing, so that's why I haven't really touched it. I was gonna play with him, and then he met his goal, and then that was that. So we traded directly into our POC here from our sell side candle. This is your current risk right now, where we're watching to see if sell side can hold. It's just our balance mid, right? We're watching to see if offer is able to sustain here, and then we rotate back down, or if we can get back over this, and then it flips to our bid for a supportive hold, which we already have labeled as for our pathing. So just keeping an eye on this, but understand like context-wise, like this is just a rotation to this POC. We hit right into our secondary buyers down at 930, like we have labeled. We rotated over our 60s, found that bid, and have now rotated up into our 85.95. If this holds offer, there's potentially a rotation back down to 70, like we were playing earlier. But if we can show interest over this 95 and into POC, then we can do our upper rotation. Right? We're watching for this to go supportive for that work. But yeah, so I haven't really been playing. I was really enjoying it for a minute there, and then it's just super demoralizing learning and then everything being meaningless. Into our value high of our sell side candle.
TY POC here. Yes, value high.
Russell into VWAP as a resistance.
So again, just to clarify with this FHFA chair business that we're seeing with regards to Powell, we haven't actually heard any talk from Powell himself about considering a resignation. This is the first we are hearing of this from, again, the FHFA chair, but no word from the horse's mouth, if you will.
No word from the horse's mouth.
So offer maintaining our POC to value high and our pivot. Just rotating down now, back down to our 70. It's the same thing as before. That's first target here into 70. If you are playing the short, this is POC of the upside candle. So it has to be your first risk off. Do we see like the relationships that I'm talking about or no? Shit, I didn't mean to do that. We see how this is your risk here. POC, value high. Same thing here. POC to value high. Rotations down. Like this is where you take off your first profit into 70 because it's the POC here on this candle. So this is just a lower high in your overall trend. Yeah. And we can look for that long if we get over this and show interest, the rotation up. And then this would be your PT, right? Into R10. It's just the same balance that we've been trading. But instead of holding the mid to high like we were before, we're now holding the low to mid. Yeah, I mean, it's just a time thing. If you had to put it into words, Rocket, what do you think is what are like the largest factors that you're struggling with right now? Like struggling to actually execute. Like I get what you're saying, but what are the things that are happening when it gets to that point that are making you struggle at those areas? If you had to put it into words.
Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi says that Iran is ready to start negotiations again and the US needs to fix its errors.
Mm-hmm. So,
According to the Financial Times, Elon Musk's XAI seeks up to $200 billion valuation in its next fundraising.
sheesh. So like the reason why I ask you is because like these are the questions you should be asking yourself when you're doing your journaling of like, okay, well, what was my emotional state at this point? Why wasn't I willing to trade this? What was I watching for specifically? And like those are like confidence in the inflection is totally fine. As a trend trader, you do not need to trade balance, right? Like you need to remind yourself that of like if the day type doesn't represent where I have edge, I do not have to trade. And that's completely reasonable, right? That's something that you need to um just be fine with. But something to point out is that if it is a balance day and you're
We
sitting
have
here,
posted out the full piece from the FT on
Right.
Musk AI seeking a $200 billion valuation in its next fundraising.
it's not all that great for you to be here, right? Like you should, it almost is better for you to just skip the day or go to a paper account and just practice trading, practicing your execution on balance days and wait to trade your real account on trend days where you have more edge that you've where your edge applies more. Sorry, that's better English. So like
I think
today is the day
Okay.
to practice, right, your execution in a paper account, and then wait for the days that you are comfortable to trade your real money and use this as like exactly that. It's a practice day to learn something new.
something that can be invaluable as well, and I think a lot of people don't do this. We've talked about it, but there's this idea of like, okay, you're gonna just journal your trades, whether they're good or bad, right? But if you're not recording the missed trades or those opportunities where like you didn't have the confidence to get in something and you're not recording that, you're not going to have your ability to reference that as well. So like if you find a day where you're really struggling to execute, like recording those areas and being pretty intimate with your emotional state as well as just the structural and order flow state is going to build that. Because if you just are like, I don't feel confident here, and then you never record it and you never review it, it's going to take a lot longer to get to that point where you do feel comfortable. Outside of just like journaling the trades you are taking.
Keep in mind, Trump is now arriving at this roundtable event with first responders in Texas. This is regard to the Texas floods. But again, the live video is available on the feed just a little bit further down for those interested. But Trump is taking his seat now.
Few minutes here until MOC.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds.
Full rotation back up from our 70 bid back to our 85 offer. See if buyers can get over this 85.95
Market on close
MOC,
imbalance,
or if this
S&P
holds for the
500.
rotation down to 55.
Sell side 335 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 340 million, Dow 30, buy side 45 million, Mag 7, sell side 67 million.
We need to get below this 45.55 for any more down, or that is just going to be the bottom of our oscillation here. That is our value low on NQ. We need to show interest below, like we have pathed for more down, or that will be where we hold. Just going to move this over a bit more, adjust for how choppy we are. Oops, sorry.
RTY, obviously looking below our daily range here, but this is our weekly POC. It's just returned the weekly value. NQ only one still trading above weekly POC here.
Oh.
Last 3 minutes.
Closing right at our 15-minute view up and 30-second opening range high. This 55.65. Yes, back down to our value low. I hope TradingView adds like an anchored box to the side at some point, so I don't have to keep adjusting these.
That'd
Be
be
so
cool.
cool. Yeah, like in front of price, being able to like anchor a zone, so it always is above, always in front without overlapping. I mean, we could easily make an indicator that does that, but it's just it'd be cool if that was just a default function. I don't know if anyone else would use it. If they do, I could make that an indicator. They want their zones to be like in front of price constantly instead of having to manually adjust. Just to keep charts clean. Later, Zeno. Have a great weekend, man.
Yep.
Into our value low here on NQ. See if we get the look below and hold for this 55.65 to go offer for this rotation down to 30s again.
That is the bell.
This is what you'll want to see. This is just us closing directly into our 30-second opening range. So literally meaningless day.
Did absolutely nothing.
Yeah. All right, you guys have a great weekend. I will see you all Monday.
Bye, everybody. Let me know if you need anything.
Peace.
Adios.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes time, Rocket. The more you practice it, the more recognizable it becomes, and the more... Some balance days are untradeable, man, but when there's like at least still a bit of liquidity, it's definitely tradable. And you'll hear me complain about those balance days that aren't, because I just sit there and just watch. Like, I know where price is going to go, but it is completely unexecutable in my opinion. But today was a really great example of a balance day that actually had proper rotations. It's a good day to practice for sure. And I left all of my my profit targets on for the day so that you can see exactly what we were looking for. I don't know if you knew this, but with you having access to now that you're a member, you have access to these charts. It'll be pinned in the Discord in this channel. So you have access to this. So even when I'm not online, you have my levels, and you can always just go back and look at this, even for like your journaling itself of like what we were talking about. So if you don't want to watch the stream, you can still just open that, and that chart will be there with my levels that'll update as I draw them. And that's in the pins for this channel as well, if you ever need it. Same thing with Mario's higher time frame chart that he goes over on Mondays and is in the newsletter. That's there as well, with his levels for the higher time frame on EOS. All right, you guys have a good one. Peace. If you have any questions, just hit me up over the weekend. I should be around. If I don't message you back, it's because you probably got marked as spam. So just at me if I don't message you back, and then I will take a look. If it's our first time chatting. If it's not our first time chatting, then I just am busy and I haven't been able to look yet. But just as a clarification, because sometimes things get hidden. All right. Bye-bye.